Dude, come on. Alright, I don't want to mess around too long. Let's just get into it. It's already 11 o'clock. What's up, Constitution people? You legal and political obsessives, like myself. Pop Protector's good. Don't worry, I'll be shaved by tomorrow. I'm no nothing attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. And that's what I'm here to do. What I'm here to do every night. Here to learn with y'all. Last night we did quite a bit of learning. We talked a lot about systemic racism, which I think was pretty clearly demonstrated. Because the gentleman in chat wanted to say that every study that points to systemic racism can be shown to be caused by something else. And when I pointed out that African American drivers are 45% more likely to be pulled over than white drivers, what he went to was, well, he didn't actually disprove that one at all. I pointed out that Veil of Darkness studies actually show that the difference goes away at nighttime when police officers can't see who's driving the car. And he wanted to say for that, well, at night they can't see if somebody matches a description of a suspect. And I just had to laugh at that. I wanted to point out, like, do you know the percentage of traffic stops that are done because they see a driver that looks like a suspect? That is so laughably small, I can't believe that was the example that we were up against. That and resume studies, or what he already admitted was what he was calling it, SES, socioeconomic status differences. Just admitted that exists. I don't think he even tried to argue what the alternative cause of that was. So it got a little wild last night. After that, I played some Deltarune, and I had one person stick around for a little bit. Because this isn't really a gaming channel, but you know, sometimes I gotta relax too. Maybe I'll play some Claire Obscura later. There's my Discord. There you go. Let's get me in the voice chat. And first things first, what we're gonna do, I had an idea for an additional debate slide I wanted to throw up there. There were another couple, but the one I was feeling really strongly about going into it today, because I was listening to Parker Get a Job debating a woman on gun rights, and that just endlessly frustrates me. Because the entire conversation we have on gun rights is completely dishonest. The entire thing. Because it's always about, to what degree should individual people be allowed to have guns, and shouldn't we be able to fight against tyrannical government, and shouldn't we be able to protect our own homes? Like, what was it? 30 years ago? 40 years ago, this was not the conversation. 30 years ago, the NRA started pushing that. I guess it was about 40 years ago they started pushing it. And it became more and more part of the political discourse in the United States. And the former Chief Justice scoffed at the idea. Called it fraud. So it's laughable. We are so focused on political discourse that is just a lie on its face. So I want to make a slide about that. So that'll be the first thing we do. Let's switch over to the work slides, or the work scene. And I need to get to our... There we go. Oh, let's look at our analytics real quick. $523 unique viewers. When? How many views? Kinda need the window up here, huh? Stop it. Come on. What's happened? Thank you. That's fine for the moment. No, I just want to go back. Go back. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Yeah, it just stopped pushing the video. It's a whole thing. There's a whole game you gotta play. What? 75% of people stayed to watch, but only 33% of people stuck around past... When is that? Okay. Very few people stayed through the end. Huh. Huh. Curious. Curious, curious, curious. TikTok, I imagine, is still not pushing videos at all. Looks like somebody I likely know went and watched all the videos that were on my TikTok channel. It's my bet. Ah, this was funny. Okay, I wanted to add a slide. I don't want to put this. getting too wide. Yeah, I don't think I like the look of that. Let's give it 4 lines. Okay, sure, why not? Slide 53. Cool. Alright, let's get back to what we were doing last night. We're doing just a little bit of debate prep on each of our topics. Excuse me, what? No. Maybe we make it a little bit wider so you can see more of it. Mouse, you're gonna piss me off. Okay. And then I need my other window. Nice. Probably scooch that down. Okay. Moggy! Oh my god! Moggy's in my chat! Thank you! I'm so honored to have you here. I very much appreciate it. I adore you. Thank you for your entertainment. You help me get through the weeks. This is exciting for me. Just me doing some boring research right now. Last night we had like 10 people in Twitch chat, just kind of going crazy, arguing with each other. So, picking things up. My latest video got like 750 views in 15 hours, so we're accelerating. That's exciting. Moggy, if you're still here, can I share? Like, well, you're on my YouTube right now. You should go watch the most recent video. It's my first debate content. It's very funny. I love it. Hold up. Can you see me right now? Because YouTube Studio is showing my starting soon screen. Okay, YouTube Studio is just being weird then. But yeah, I have a YouTube short up. It's 3 minutes long, and I think it's pretty entertaining. I get a good laugh out of it at least. Should men wear dresses? What was I doing? Now I'm lost. Mike, you got me all flustered. I'm lost now. Recess appointments clause. Normally the president nominates people to positions and the Senate must confirm them. That's a very good point. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Just when you get the chance. Thank you for popping in. I adore you, Moggy. Wait, hold on. No, 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 no. You too, if you're still here. What? Yeah, it's definitely been over 210 days at this point. Excellent. I love to hear that. I'm sorry. They're doing what? I'm sorry. Pam Bondi would fire Bill, then reappoint Bill, thereby supposedly maintaining Bill's role? What? Huh? Wait, was that actually a dude's name? I just chose the name Bill. Oh, maybe I didn't just choose it. Where's this guy? Bill Asaley. Wait. Oh my god, this is so dumb. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Hi, Sarah. Welcome to the chat. I'd prefer it if we could have that conversation one-on-one. If you could come up into the Discord chat, I'd like to talk to you about it. It's a lot harder to carry out these conversations when it's me doing a voice chat and somebody doing a Twitch messages. Okay. God, this administration is so dumb. Pro-life and trans. That's interesting. Wait. Oh. Do you mean viability? What's up, OMG Sticks? Welcome back. Love to have a regular in chat. I love it. This is great. OMG Sticks, I was just doing a deep dive into the concept of recess appointments by the president, and ended up in the territory of Trump's use of interim officers and how fucking stupid their system is. Like it is ingenious in its intentional incompetence. Genius in its intentional incompetence. Well, Sarah, that doesn't really answer. I'm just trying to get a clarifier. Are you saying there should be no abortion at the point of viability? And when you're talking about viability, what time frame are you looking at? Talking about U.S. officers, office holders of the United States. Okay, I mean, personally, I would call it at 20 weeks because once you get to that point, then you have the chance of sentience, and then at the point of sentience, then we're talking about a real personal framework of, like, not the same kind of framework we would have individually, but you have a sympathetic nervous system that is starting to internalize stimuli from the outside, and you can end up with permanently damaged sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems because of abuse that occurs to the individual in the womb at that point. And that's entirely based on that individual's experience. And so at that point, I'm just like, that's not... As somebody who has a completely fried sympathetic nervous system, I'm not cool with that. All life. So don't kill cancer. But at a minimum, you and I can both agree, reinstate Roe. Yeah, so OMG Sticks, great example is Pam Bondi and Trump's U.S. attorneys. So I was just walking through this with the AI to make sure that I understood what was happening. So do you know how, like, the chair system works in an orchestra? First, second, third chair, etc.? Because, like, I've got a really great, like, metaphor for how it works, if I can use that example. If not, I'm gonna have to come... Okay, so imagine you've got your clarinet section. I am not a Charlie Kirk admirer in the least. What the hell are you talking about? What? I think Charlie Kirk was a very evil individual. Okay, OMG Sticks. So imagine your clarinet section. New president comes in, and they're like, whoever's first chair, that's the discretion of the president. We don't want whoever's in first chair anymore. So now we have a clarinet section that doesn't have a first chair. No, I prefer that everyone's position be internally consistent. So if you're going to say that all life should be protected, then we have to extend that to its absurd. Like, surely you know what an argumentum ad absurdum is. Like, that is taking your viewpoint and taking it to its extremes to see if it is logically consistent in all cases. I'm not saying that your position is wrong. I'm just saying I think it may need to be refined a little bit. Nope. What? This is what anyone does who, like, thoroughly examines their internal viewpoints or internally critiques others' viewpoints. Oh, sorry. I understand. You're saying you don't know what an argumentum ad absurdum is. It's the term means, okay, you have given me a premise, like you're contending a specific viewpoint. I'm going to say, is that actually a viable viewpoint, considering that that it has to be consistent? So if it's going to be consistent, let's take it and apply it to all cases. And the best way to see if it can apply to all cases is to pick the extreme cases. So we go to the outside limits of what we can test your framework against and say, does it still hold? If it doesn't still hold, then it doesn't necessarily mean that your framework is wrong. It just needs to be further refined so that it doesn't fail any tests. Right. So, I mean, even in the scientific view, they don't make... The science doesn't make these statements of, like, all cases, usually. They don't hold that in all cases blank. They tend to say, like, normally or oh god, I need my terminology. Well, in summary, they don't tend to make absolutist statements. Sure, but there's nothing wrong in further refining your point of view. So if we say, okay, do we need to uphold that life needs to be protected in all cases? Well, are there certain types of life that we don't want to protect or don't care about protecting? Yes, there are. Okay, so now how do we need to refine that? And now we come up with a new refinement. And then later on, somebody will go, okay, well, does that hold in all cases? What about this case? And then we'll refine it further. There's nothing wrong with saying, yeah, we need to keep refining it. Did a C++ test at a company for a train going on a single line in a tunnel, and how would I code the signals? What? What? Man, I don't understand that at all. I mean, at a minimum, you brought this up in the context of you were saying abortion should be prohibited after the point of viability, and then you say all life should be protected. Well, technically, there are life processes occurring before the point of viability, so in just those two statements contradict each other. OMG6, are you still here? I want to know if I should continue the metaphor that I was doing with the clarinetists. Okay, so for the position of U.S. Attorney under Pam Bondi, Trump empties out the first chair. And now we just have an open first chair. No, we don't have the second chair fill it because the president wants to fill it with somebody they want. Technically, to fill the first chair, the Senate has to approve that person. But the president is allowed to just put someone in that role as an interim first clarinetist for 210 days. And the Senate doesn't have to approve them because they are not a permanent position holder. So we have an open first chair, and we have a guest come perform clarinet in first chair of this orchestra. And then what's happening is at 208 days, Pam Bondi fires the second chair clarinetist and says, hey, we need someone to fill our second chair clarinetist role. Hey, guest, would you like to move down a chair? We'll have you fill the second chair clarinet role. And hey, guess what happens the moment that the first chair becomes vacant? The automatic process is the second chair clarinetist gets promoted to the active duty first chair clarinetist. And they will be the active one until such time as the Senate affirms or rejects them. So we're just playing a fucking little game of like musical chairs with our clarinetists. It's a joke. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that would be appropriate in a work setting. Yes, they have. I know that they've been doing it, but I was just like, what is the actual mechanism that they're doing? Like, the person who was the second chair clarinetist, that was their job. They had a career. That was their job, and they just fired the second chair clarinetist to give a seat to this guest so that he could be in second chair clarinet and bumped up. I agree very much, Sarah Wild, and that's why this channel is primarily about promoting a constitutional convention without the participation of the federal government at all. Yeah, like at one point, like a third of the cabinet was all active. Like, is that what the term is called? I think it's active. Yeah, acting. Yeah, like a third of the cabinet were acting officers, not official officers. That's insane. Yeah, Sarah Wild, it's like, no kidding, we are speed running like the dumbest administration of US history. OMG Sticks, I added a new debate topic slide. Let's see, I can bring it up here. Guess we'll just add another window capture. There it is. New debate topic slide I added out of just personal frustration. Probably hate the UK government more as I live in Wales, and England Parliament are strong-arming our government to prevent us from asking for independence. Yeah, the UK isn't a big fan of independence. But the UK does give me a fun little argument point, in that I get to point out what I did to the guy last night who was saying that the US was not designed for the immigrants. And I'm like, I hate to break it to you, dude, the US was not designed for people of your German background either. It was designed for subjects of the royal crown of England. Sorry, the current Canadians are more in line with what the United States was designed for than you. No, 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 get out of here. No bots. Bad. Ba, ba, ba. And then all caps underlined. Take care clause. Whoops. The absolute failure of one Donald Trump to carry out the most important duty of the President of the United States. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Twink Destroyer. Leftism. More like communication through emojis, am I right? Not a big fan of the Constitution, eh, Twink? I just love that you picked a name that is just going to be referred to as Twink. No hate, dude. I'm not gonna yuck your yum. I mean, if by Magic 8 Ball you mean Putin himself, I don't know that Russia feels safer. It's pretty much on par. Twink, you want to hop up in Discord chat and try a debate out? Surely you could beat a clown like me. How do you mean, Sarah Wild? Somebody has to actually carry out the state power that enforces the laws that are written. So we have, in America, we have separated out a branch that is the branch that carries out the law. The legislative branch doesn't do that on its own. It just writes the law, and the executive branch is supposed to obey the orders of Congress. So executive orders are solely supposed to have two purposes. Executive orders are either uh, under the umbrella of executive powers, like strictly executive powers. If the Constitution says this is delegated to the executive branch, then those executive orders can dictate to lower executive officers or executive employees, this is how you are going to carry out those duties. The other thing that executive orders are supposed to be for is when Congress says the executive branch shall carry out this law. Then executive orders can direct executive employees, this is how you are supposed to carry out that law. It's not allowed to write new law at all. That is not the intent of executive orders. Well, they're not supposed to. That's not how it's supposed to work. Like, for instance, we had an executive order that criminalized burning the American flag. I don't know how that's supposed to work at all. The president can't determine what crimes are. And the president can't overrule the Supreme Court or the Constitution, in that the Supreme Court found that the Constitution, through the First Amendment, protected the act of burning the American flag. So I don't know how that executive order is supposed to do anything except chill free speech. And that is a legal concept. That is government action that makes people afraid to take certain actions because they're afraid of the consequences of doing those actions. So even if the president doesn't do anything by saying we're criminalizing burning the American flag, just saying it is doing something. I don't know where the idea that you're not supposed to deface the American flag comes from. Like, as a rule of decorum, maybe, but not as a law. I've had a couple fun debates, like one with a self-proclaimed Nazi and one with a really far-right nationalist. And I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it was the nationalist. And I was educating him on the subject of gender. Because at one point he was just like, fuck, I don't know enough, dude. And I was like, would you like me to teach you about it then? And he's like, sure. And so I taught him about bimodal distribution of sex and how gender is completely separate from that. But I start with sex as like a entry line to understanding things. And so we were talking about that. He's like, well, I just don't think you should do it because that's not how God designed you to be. I'm like, that's exactly how God designed them to be. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, that's how God designed them. And he was like, are you arguing that that's part of a person's internal framework and God would have designed them with that framework? I'm like, that's a fair point to make, sure. But I'm just backing up my point with as much as you backed up your point. You just stated this is not how God intended them. So I just said that is how God intended them, and we have just as much evidence as the other one. Technically a witch. Exodus 22:18. But I mean, hey, you're just as much a valid Christian as most Christians are, so I don't see the problem. What makes you... Oh, you practice magic. I mean... You can say you're technically a witch. I would not say you're technically a witch, but okay. No, I'm saying you... in not being a Christian, you are just as much a Christian as most Christians are. I'm not accusing you of being a bad person. I'm sorry. That wasn't my intent. Okay, I wanted to touch on executive orders. Wow. It's amazing that that had to be done. Like, the one thing that I have to keep pressing on these far-right people that I argue with is, like, they really believe in their in-group as they have defined the in-group. And as one guy put it, his tribe. And I was like, that's really cute, dude. Like, I like that. It's neat that you have picked a group of people to consider your tribe, but that has no guarantee that you're part of theirs. You have picked a really dumb system to base everything on, this tribalistic system, because you can be kicked out of a tribe at any point and you don't have a say-so. I'm sorry. Good job. It's almost like centuries of working on this has proven that this system of differentiating between groups doesn't reach any kind of settled conclusion. It just causes eternal conflict. That's interesting. In American law, laws as they touch on religion, they have been interpreted to include any belief system that touches on the same subject matter that we generally expect religion to touch on. So, in the same degree, like anything that would protect religion would protect atheism, even though atheism itself isn't a belief system, but like it's more a worldview thing. Atheists would still have worldviews, and those worldviews would be protected just as much as a religious worldview would be. Does Druidry believe in magic? Okay, commissioning clause, fine. I'll include it in the list. Okay, what are the like primary tenets of Druidry? Oh, different window. Inspiration, nature, and preservation. Okay. Fair. I guess I wouldn't classify that as a religion then. Somebody could easily bring religious aspects into it. What is the underlying meaning of that practice, if I may ask? I wouldn't necessarily say that a religion... No, definitely a religion does not need a deity. It just has to believe in the impact of the supernatural on the natural world. Animism is frequently considered a religion. Yeah, like Solid Snake isn't a real person, and you consider him as like an idea worth like recognizing. Living off the grid in the woods is not allowed in the law? Wow. Huh. Could someone own like a large piece of land and like allow people to live on it? Right. You have to have like a mailing address. I mean, I think under US law and for many things, like you're at least expected by the law to have a way that the government can get in touch with you. Which, as far as social contracts go, I guess that makes sense. That's fair. I mean, hey, I just brought up the individual right to keep and bear arms earlier. That is a fiction in American in the American government, American rights. The individual right to keep and bear arms does not exist in the Constitution. Man, this music makes me want to go back and watch my original YouTube channel video. I'm very proud of that one. Fair. Oh, nope, that's not where that goes. That's not where that goes. That's Austin. Austin, my guy, come on. Awen? Oh, that hurts my head. That really hurts my head. Scientists believe. Awen, okay. I will never understand the concept of, like... I mean, I get on a very loose basis, I understand the concept of a scientist believing something, but... I don't personally understand it. Right, but I don't understand, like, they're trying to tie that to a scientific concept. Oh, god damn it. Fucking Roberts. What a piece of shit. Fucking unitary executive theorists. Can't believe how far our Supreme Court has fallen. Oh. This is what I was looking for. Everything should be able to be explained in science, hence why we know the Earth is not 4,000 years old, like what every Abraham... What do people say it's that? I think, at least as it's held by American Christians, I think it's supposed to be about 6,000 years old. You got flat earthers. Wait, you saw my slide about Earth being an oblate spheroid? Ah, no, don't. Okay, whew. Yes, yes, they are. They are not a fan of testable hypotheses. Okay. You got me, AI, you got me. The Christian Catholic spectrum. I mean, yeah, it's... I think most flat earthers, I mean, this is just observation bias, confirmation bias on my part, but it seems mostly Protestants, evangelical Protestants. Okay. Oh. Good point. Yes. I just totally skipped over the veto power. Yep. These are all great points. Thank you. Have I ever discussed the USA healthcare system and how the USA government pours over double the USD health expenditure per capita than most other countries, and the US population still need health insurance? And when they have that, they still have to pay as well. Yeah, and they end up paying more than they would if we had a universal healthcare system. I mean, I haven't talked about that on stream. I mean, the stream has been going for, as of tonight, 2 weeks. At least the Twitch stream, which is where all the engagement is. So I've had 3 real debates, maybe 1 more last night. So like kind of 4 debates. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had, I launched the YouTube channel in earnest on Thanksgiving Day. It had been going for about a month and a half before that, as I recorded every single bit of myself building the channel and building my first video. I produced a 28-minute video on the necessity of a constitutional convention to solve all the problems in America, and arguing that the problems will not go away if you don't have one. It was my first video ever, and I'm very proud of how it turned out. And here in a minute, I just might chill and put it on for my own entertainment. Because it's been a while since I've watched it now. I think there's a new onboarding process on Twitch. I mean, they have like goals that I need to hit that they put on the front page. Where is that? Where is it? There we go. Let's see. Reach 25 followers. I'm at 18 out of 25. Stream 4 days a month. I'm at 15. Stream 4 hours per month. I've streamed for 40.6 hours in those 15 days. And minimum of 3 average viewers on 4 different days. I've hit 1. That was last night. We had a bunch of people in chat. That was great. Had 22 unique chatters. Wow. Oh, this is great. It looks like most people that are coming into my chat are following. I love that. I love to see that. This is a positive space. And Sarah, in case I missed the opportunity to tell you if you leave before the end of the stream, let me tell you what I love to tell everybody, and that's that I'm proud of you. And I don't need to know you for that to be real. You deserve to hear that. If for no other reason than that life is hard, and it has always been hard, and it always will be hard, and you face every single day the way that you personally do, and that's amazing. So I'm proud of you, if for no other reason than that. And if you want to tell me another reason I can be proud of you, I'm happy to share that with you. Hey, I am OMG Sticks. That is the type of person I am. I can't help it. I am grossly earnest and grossly good-natured. The best moment of my first date on Tuesday was I was freaking myself out before my date, and so I called a friend, and she was like, "Okay, Austin, you're fine. It's gonna be okay. You're great. Just please don't overshare. Just promise me you won't overshare." And I'm like, "Okay, I promise that I won't overshare." And I don't remember what it was that my date said, but I was like, "So you're an oversharer?" And she's like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "I'm an oversharer. My friend made me promise not to overshare before I came out of this date. Do you want to overshare together?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Great, let's both overshare." I can't help it. I've got nothing to hide. You can have a mod account and be okay according to Twitch terms. I don't know what that means. You can ask a friend to load it up on a phone and be a pretend mod. She duped me on that one? What do you mean? Well, I'm totally happy to do that. I don't want, like, if I've got red flags, I don't want to hide them. Then I'm just wasting my time when somebody figures out something they think is a red flag that I didn't realize was a red flag, and then what am I doing with my time? I was married for 9 years and I'm 36. I'm not here to waste any fucking time. My big red flags are that, like, I have really bad anxiety and I have PTSD. Um, and like, I am extremely devoted to legal analysis and politics. That's a red flag for some people. I would be even more devoted to it if I felt that I had the capacity in my life to do that. Let's put my favorite song back on. Yeah, I think I just want a section. Let's just redo this. Okay. Wow. Congressional powers over the executive. I take, what do I take for my anxiety? Bupropion? I don't know. I like, that's the over the, like, not over the counter. It's the market name for it. Take buspirone for depression. Then I take Adderall. So RFK thinks that I should be sent off to a wellness farm. No, bupropion is the antidepressant. Okay, so buspirone is my anxiety drug. Right? 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 And he did it completely without congressional authority to do so. I don't know, is a heroin habit a red flag? Do I need to watch out for that one on a date? Oh, I know another red flag I have. I play or run D&D, but so did my date, so cool. See, that's a red flag that needs to be out in the open. I need to say that I play D&D. Because if somebody's going to be upset that I play D&D, then I don't want to fucking waste my time with them. Absolutely not. That's so edgy. I mean, I would love to get to play, but I have the eternal DM curse. So right now I am 2 sessions into a ladies D&D campaign, where the Feywild is going to be a big part of it. And I'm about to have them do a reverse heist into an actual bardic college. So that's fun. They got to sneak their little Yarndall companion into a bardic college during a, like, nationwide faculty/government event, which also happens to be coinciding with a, like, night market, like Fey themed night market in the town. Yay. Their first combat encounter was with a Mara, the thing that the term nightmare comes from. I do not understand. I don't know what you're trying to convey with the depth check joke. Okay, back to it. Impeachment and removal. Does this not directly go against the presidential immunity doctrine? Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. What, did the DM not expect you to check how deep the water was? The DM planned for it to be a couple of inches deep? I don't know. What happened? Yeah, seriously, what the fuck is this? What the hell? Great. I love it when the majority just completely ignores an argument from the dissent. Nothing makes me angrier. Just remember, Trump has many very loyal followers who will lie with him and throw anyone under the bus. Yep, Trump and tariffs do make good money. I am not allowed on brokers as I know too many tricks. Tariffs make good money? They make good money from the populace? Ugh. I just love that the party who hates taxes they love tariffs. Make me pay out my ass, please, Daddy. That's really what the right wants. They want a daddy. I mean, that's just American tradition, OMG Sticks. That's what this country was founded on. Article 1, Section 2. I didn't add the veto power. I meant to add the veto power. No, it's not even called a veto in the Constitution. My bad. I don't remember the wording. Where's the veto power? Article 1, Section 7. Ugh. So wordy. So wordy. Yeah, it's almost like that was part of the intent of the plan. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. It's almost above table what they're doing. That's really interesting. So the right would love to point to this clause right here to say that it's the president's rightful authority to suspend habeas corpus. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. This is under Article 1 about legislative power. This is not under Article 2. This is about legislative authority. I don't believe he doesn't know how tariffs work, but I do believe many people in the USA don't know. Yes, yeah, entirely. Yep. Or it is entirely possible also in the alternative that he has no idea how tariffs work, but he's not running his own administration. Because his business school professor said he was one of the worst students he'd ever seen. Spitting image? No, I haven't heard of spitting image. Doesn't realize they're real people. I don't think he believes in the concept of real people. Trump doesn't care for Article 1 now. He doesn't care for Article 2 either. He just loves to cite it. Like, I have an Article 2. It lets me do whatever I want as president. Literally tweeted a post, like a video of himself wearing a crown. Insane. Insane that that would ever happen in American history. Ugh. Block recess appointments. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm gonna call this one done, and then I'm just gonna have a little watch party for myself. That yeah, you're welcome to stick around for it or not. But I'm gonna watch my own video because it's been a while since I've done it. And hey, why not promote my own video on my Twitch channel? What the hell is this? What is this? This AI stuff? What? Okay. Spitting image current episode. No, I'm not calling spitting image AI. There's like this thing right here. Oh, it's not up on my screen. What's happening? There we go. This thing. Looks like AI. But I don't know. Maybe this is just Star Wars content. I hate AI slop. I got pregnant at Beast Games. Like, man, I feel like I should... Like... No. I feel like I should actually use this YouTube account some so I don't get stuff like this showing up on my feed. Because really, this YouTube account doesn't... I don't watch any videos unless I'm pulling up videos to put into a video myself. Eight. January 6th, 2021. Let's go over here. There we go. Of course, that's what we all think of. But that's not where the real action was that day. You want to see something really scary?
If Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3.
This B1M is the closest our Constitution ever came to complete collapse. When one man's conscience can you hear the audio all right? Claim to the word republic. For a time. Not institutions, not checks and balances. No. By this moment, those had already failed to protect us. Cool. Mike Pence alone spared us by doing the bare minimum. Counting correctly. Despite the risks he knew he would face, he did his constitutional duty, instead of going along with a criminal conspiracy to override the people's will with fake electoral votes. Yeah, fake. Yeah, criminal. They tried to get Mike Pence to rely on fraudulent electoral votes to choose the next president unilaterally. But you don't have to listen to me on this one. Listen to the people who took part in the months of scheming.
Oh, well, I appreciate that of Louis
We have
Rossmann.
the receipts.
I gave up on Apple products like a decade plus ago.
Uncomfortable. Unsound. Not
I've
valid.
always hated hearing myself, but then I had to do it over and over and over and over again for this video, and I learned to appreciate the sound of my own voice, I guess. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have like me look for feedback from people, and they're like, "Hey, you sound great in this video," or my date listened to, or my date watched this video before going on our first date, and she said I had a voice for radio, and so like I get good feedback, and I'm like, okay, that's. I've been doing the actor training, of listening to yourself over and over again. If you didn't catch it, what we're watching right now is all of the words of the people who conspired with Trump to submit the fake electoral votes in 2020.
No good. Illegal. Dangerous for the Republic itself. Treasonous. What the president wanted. Fake. Sorry. Alternative.
The fake electors plot is my personal
That was a lot.
pet peeve issue. I
But
don't
most
understand
Americans
how
have
anyone
no
could
idea
vote
how
for this
close we
person
came.
after that.
That's why I needed you to understand
I can't believe
before
that
you
frog
hear
is
the
crooked.
rest. That was almost
Alas.
5 years ago. And the comeuppance for the people who planned to silently end American democracy? Nothing. While they waited, we caught our breath and did nothing to stop them from trying again. And then those same people easily reclaimed the reins of power. The Constitution remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised.
That would be wonderful, Sarah Wild. if
And
it
that
worked
will be
way.
true no matter who we entrust it to. And the
Ooh.
proven
I
persistent
gotta watch that again.
threat
I'm
of a
so proud of how that
constitution
part turned
no matter
out.
who we entrust it to. And then those same people easily reclaim
Sorry,
the reins
this
of
is
power.
me watching my own content and being
The
excited about
Constitution
it.
remains, but as January 6th made clear, it is structurally compromised. And that will be true no matter who we entrust it to. And the proven persistent threat of a constitutional crisis is itself a constitutional crisis. And there is only one solution when the Constitution becomes the crisis: an Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The Constitution's option for rewriting its own rules. A tool for the states to completely remake the federal government without asking its permission. But Article 5 only works if we remember its power, and if we can bind our fates together to wield it. I'm Know Nothing attorney, and I'm here because we need to talk about options we usually ignore because they have a reputation for being too difficult. But there comes a point when
Yeah,
too
I mean,
difficult
he had
has
his
to become
problems, but every
nearly
president will have their
difficult.
problems.
And for the
He's
U.S.
definitely the
Constitution,
best out of the ones that have been
this
around
is
since
that
I've been
law.
alive.
Constitutional law is a body of law focused on the co-authored definition of a people's rights and the distribution of their joint power. I fell in love with constitutional law because I see it as our attempt to codify our best instincts, to improve our shared existence. That gives me a head start on explaining Article 5, but you don't need a law degree to understand it or use it. Article 5 was designed for the people, not lawyers. We're going to touch on some big ideas today, and some of them deserve their own videos in the future.
But for right now, I just need to teach you the basics.
Wow.
Let me show you what Article 5 says. The Congress, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, what shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by 3/4 of the several states. If you're not keeping score, that's 34 states to call a convention, and 38 to ratify whatever
That's a very
comes
good
out of
point,
it.
Sarah.
And I mean whatever. Up to and including a complete rewrite of the Constitution. Heck, we've used it to make every major change to the government in American history.
All right, go on.
Women's right to vote,
Go on.
equal protection under the law, the abolition of slavery. Time and time again, Article 5 has taken the unrealistic and made it reality. There is no limit. The only thing explicitly protected from rewrite is equal representation of the states in the Senate. And when lawyers read law, there's a rule. The intentional inclusion of certain things means the intentional exclusion of all others. So when the founders noted only one exception to Article 5's power, the equal representation of the states in the Senate,
Cardiff Castle.
it meant they intended the tool to be capable of quite literally anything else. And why wouldn't they? That's exactly what they were doing when they wrote it. Using a convention to factory reset their government. Don't forget, our current constitution
That looks like a tiny
is the
castle.
second one.
Oh, there's more to
When
it.
the founders
There's more
saw that
castle.
the Articles of Confederation were broken, they didn't enshrine the document as untouchable. No. They acknowledged it and replaced it with something better. And make no mistake, our system is broken. I'm going to show you exactly how it's broken, why Article 5 is the only solution, and why a constitutional convention is safer than we might think. Here's how it's supposed to work. The federal government was designed to have limited and separate powers. The courts ensure rights are protected and constitutional limits are upheld. Congress makes federal law. The president executes those laws faithfully, doesn't write them, doesn't ignore them, executes them as directed. Each branch checks the others. That's the design. That's not what we're watching unfold today. Let's look at 3 constitutional crises from recent history. Not hypotheticals, not exaggerations. Real violations of the
We're
constitutional
getting close to
order
my,
that should
my other
terrify
favorite
every
moment
American
of the
equally,
video.
regardless of political affiliation.
I'm a fan of just overwhelming
As I
the
mentioned at
viewer
the
with
top,
too much information.
Donald Trump attempted to overturn the results of a Democratic election by substituting states' certified votes with fake ones for himself. While calling them patriots, Donald Trump pardoned approximately 1,500 people who participated in the storming of the Capitol on January 6th, including those that attacked law enforcement officers. Donald Trump demanded the indictment of James Comey, Adam Schiff, and Letitia James for investigating him, despite prosecutors in his own Justice Department
nor
finding
should anyone
insufficient
erase
evidence.
history. I mean, you know, Republicans today want
These
to get rid of
aren't
teaching about
isolated
slavery
incidents.
in,
They're
in the
connected by a
US.
pattern. Constitutional assumptions that no longer hold.
Literally want to take it out of public school curriculum.
The Constitution assumes that duties will be carried out by honorable civil servants interested in the peaceful transfer of power. That pardons will serve justice, not self-interest. That the exercise of executive power be premised on evidence, not personal grudges. The Constitution was built on gentlemen's agreements, and there are few gentlemen left to maintain it. Together, these executive overreaches reveal what we're really dealing with. This is a Hydra
wow.
problem.
Here we
A
go.
Hydra has
Here
many
we go.
heads,
This is my other favorite part of the
and
video.
I've only shown you 3. But the Trump administration is responsible for dozens more constitutional crises and violations. seizing congressional appropriations, claiming unilateral authority to end federal programs, blocking congressional seats, dismantling congressionally mandated agencies, deploying federal troops in non-consenting states, politically antagonizing U.S. troops against civilians, politically purging military leadership, attempting to deny citizenship, cruel and unusual punishment, extrajudicial killing, dismantling federal allowing oversight, wealthy civilians to politically purging the administrative, purging scientists for refusing to support chilling false legal, ignoring court orders, demanding oaths of loyalty, denying aid to U.S. territories, denying aid to U.S. states, attacking the free press, chilling free speech, purging the press corps, mass disinformation, targeting individuals based on targeting attacks on university funding, attacking state election process, unilateral acts of war, extorting a foreign nation to investigate accepting foreign gifts, using public office for family profit, attempting to pay himself with taxpayer dollars, sowing doubt in the electoral process. If you think other presidents have done these things,
I'm very proud for like a first video. I'm very proud of how it turned out.
And let this be a warning. If you think you're winning on one front, you're probably losing on 100 others. That's what it means to fight a Hydra. And here's the problem with fighting a Hydra. Cutting off heads doesn't kill it. Even if we remove every bad actor tomorrow, even if Trump leaves office, the constitutional holes remain. The blueprint for how to exploit them is now public.
Oh.
Project 2025.
Well, I don't know if you can get any value out of it, but I recorded every minute of me working on this video. It exists on my channel.
With or without Trump.
I learned from scratch. I didn't even know what program to use.
Protesting, prosecuting.
Yeah, Portland Frog. Let's fucking go, Portland Frog.
But they can't fix the underlying structural problems.
She's a badass.
They can only address symptoms. You can only beat a Hydra by changing the rules of the fight. We can take that lesson straight from Hercules. New rule, no more heads. For instance, if the president shows you that the pardon power can be used to excuse crimes committed to try to keep them in power, then you can make an amendment to take the pardon power away from the president. That's changing the rules. The point is this: don't play by the monster's rules. Make your own. That's what Article 5 does. It can close the constitutional vulnerabilities the bad actors exploited, and it can do even more than that. Article 5 changes everything. Let's see what fighting a Hydra looks like in action, using the most extreme possible scenario. First, I want us to take a moment to absorb this quote from Staff Sergeant Demi Palachek
I use
of the Illinois National
DaVinci
Guard.
Resolve.
If you were
It's a
activated
really
to the
good
Chicago
program
mission,
for being
would
free.
you defy orders?
Absolutely. I would definitely say no.
Tell me why.
I mean, I'm not going to go against my community members, my family, and my culture, my neighbors.
Now imagine, the president turns the U.S. military against the American people under some flimsy claim to constitutional authority. The Supreme Court is divided. Congress, paralyzed. Our troops are supposed to reject unconstitutional orders.
The
But
president
their
wants me dead for this
commander-in-chief
one.
is claiming supreme authority to interpret the Constitution.
I'm in
I
trouble.
have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
What realistic option do they have to say no? Imagine instead that 38 states ratify an amendment stripping the president of authority to issue orders to their sons and daughters. No more heads. The president can only claim they have no right to do so. Now 2 sovereigns are claiming superior authority to interpret the Constitution, one of whom gave the other its power in the first place.
Those were all state capital
And
buildings.
more importantly, in this scenario, our troops are no longer isolated. Their state, all the states,
Every time that I have a
have
series
given
of
them a
clips from
valid
different
competing
states and stuff, I always
interpretation they
sneak
can
mine in
rely on.
first.
they have
The
institutional
Austin,
backing
Texas
to
Capitol
refuse
building.
orders,
There's a Texas A&M
not by
game at the
defying
beginning of
the
that.
Constitution, but by obeying it as interpreted by the sovereigns who created it. That's teeth. That's real backup.
and with two powers claiming the loyalty of our defenders, who wins? Take another look at that quote. There is no such thing as a federal community, a federal family, federal culture, or federal neighbors. As much as we've lost sight of it, we are all statespeople at the end of the day. I know where I'd put my money.
I actually didn't know that. I had
Article
never heard
5
that before.
can bring federal power to heal.
But you also never know, like, what crazy batshit thing that Trump is doing is
Yes,
actually a
Ms.
cover
Woods.
for something else.
But know nothing, I hear you say.
Like burying his
Can't a
ex-wife on his
constitutional
golf
convention
course.
go
Like,
off the rails?
I don't know about
What
that.
if extremists capture it? Shouldn't we be afraid of this option? Let's get that straight right now. No. But I'll tell you what you should be scared of. 5 Supreme Court justices
have it sometime,
already
but
willing
that's
to
not a piece of
throw out
history that I
decades-old
remember.
rights on a whim, with other rights next in line. Or one president already consolidating legislative, judicial, and executive power beyond his office without consequence.
I think he just said in that clip,
Now,
"They
don't get me
love
wrong.
me." What a piece of
I
shit.
understand the concern. Article 5 is frighteningly powerful. What's to stop it from going wrong? Simple math. Check this out. 38 states to ratify. That means it takes more than just radicals to pose any threat. It would take 38 radical states. States whose powers are being taken from them at this moment. Let's test the theory. Can you think of 13 states that would never ratify a radical constitution on either side of the fence? If you were in the blue corner, for instance, did you think of any of these? Red corner? Neither extreme can win.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't look so dangerous now, does it? A constitutional convention requires actual negotiation and compromise over some pretty existential stuff. Once we get down to the fundamentals
Right,
of
yeah.
governance, the system, not the
Whoa,
outcomes,
these are glowy.
you'd be surprised how many people you usually disagree with suddenly become very reasonable, regardless of affiliation. Conservatives and liberals, neither one is essentially radical. There are even times we remember how to be neighbors to one another. And let's face it, we are in a very fragile and possibly brief moment where your historical political enemies, they stand to be your allies. Rational people on both sides want the madness to stop. We may not get another chance like this. A window where both sides see the system is broken and want structural change. We need to use it and trust each other to take our power back from the radical elements abusing it. And the best place to build that trust is in our local communities, because that's where real power lies. If you pull back the curtain between yourself and the government, you'll see that states are just collections of local communities. Our communities. We have real power there. And if you walk away from this video with just one idea, let it be this: an idea that captures the very spirit of the Article 5 Constitutional Convention. The American federal government is nothing more than a convenient shared fiction of the several states. And when it ceases to be convenient, the states may replace it with something that is convenient. That's right. The president, the federal government,
I do not like them, Sam, I am.
they aren't the rightful holders
I hate that man
of
very
American
much.
power.
I hate that man very much.
They are agents.
Statue of Abraham
Custodians.
Lincoln in London? Why?
And when the states demand they return it, it is no longer theirs to withhold. So look to the states. It is much easier for us to wield power when it is close at hand. And if we can find the strength to move these individual United States together, there is no end to what we can achieve. Hear me out.
Well, yeah, she moved
So far,
to England, didn't
I've
she?
only talked about the things we need Article 5 to stop. But there's so much forward-thinking good it could do that we could never do without it. The obvious. Federal restraints, clarification of rights, reorganization. Sure. But what about other things almost all of us can agree on? Congressional term limits, judicial term limits, age limits for federal office, an end to congressional stock trading, real anti-gerrymandering standards, campaign finance reform. Do you think the people in power now will just give you those? With Article 5, you don't need them to. And what about some other possibilities that are likely impossible without a convention? Personal data ownership, representation for Americans in DC and Puerto Rico, positive rights, ranked choice voting. With a constitutional convention, not only are these things possible, they're suddenly tame and approachable. The things we already agree on become achievable.
I haven't heard that one before. That's
and the
pretty
power
good.
to make it happen is closer than you think. In your state legislature, in your community, in you. Article 5 doesn't have to be a distant dream. It's a tool the founders meant for us to use. And it's long past time we take them up on it. All right. Let me get personal for a minute. I'm not pitching something quick or easy. I have no illusions about that.
Hey, this part's boring.
I want her to. Because we're building this together. And don't stop with me. You don't need special qualifications.
I feel like that is a term
Just
that is
talk
used
to
on
me.
your side of the pond. What are
Build
you referring
community.
to with the war on slavery?
Because that's the first thing that Article 5 needs. And I know that sounds weird today, but most people want to connect. Many have just forgotten how. So just start there. And in a future video, I'll tell you how we get from there to the convention. If you want to know just one piece, something I'm calling the Annapolis Initiative, after the 1786 convention where the states coordinated before drafting the Constitution. And I think it only needs something like 26 states, not 34.
What is it in reference to, sir?
Want to know how that many states can make a difference? Subscribe. Join the Discord in the channel description. Join a live stream and tell me why I'm wrong about any of this. Share the video, because we're building this together, and that means I need you too. I'm no nothing attorney.
Okay.
And
What
as
about
you will
it?
always hear me say,
Why
I'm
are we
proud
bringing
of
up the war on slavery?
I don't need to know you for that to be real.
Hey, you already
You
heard me give
deserve
this
to hear
spiel.
it,
You get to hear it again, Sarah.
because life is hard. It's always been hard, and it always will be hard. And the way you face every day the way you do is remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see you at the convention. See you next time.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for being here for my first video. I didn't know a thing about any of this when I started. Editing, streaming, any of that. So it's been a learning experience, and I have some people to thank. I couldn't have chosen a harder goal to pursue, but I refuse to let that make this miserable. This channel is going to be about serious work and having fun while we do it. Constitutional education, sure, but also community, conversation, maybe some chaos. We are building the plane while we fly it. I don't have all the answers, and that's kind of the point. There's a lot we've been putting up with our whole lives, things that can and should end with us. So I hope you'll join me and help write that future, because no one will do it until someone decides to, and that can be us. I'm streaming every day while I build this community, so come argue with me. Come tell me I'm wrong. Come give me ideas. Come be part of something. I'll see you in the Discord. and I'll see you at the convention. Stay remarkable. That's my daughter. I'm sorry, what? What? They're suing for what? Okay. What are they asking for? I don't get it. Like, do they have standing even? I think it'd be pretty hard to say you have standing. Okay. Well, I finished reviewing that debate topic. What is the second one? I think we're gonna go ahead and call it a night. We'll preview what I'm researching next time. Government of the United. Oh, this is the easiest one to research. Let's see. Looking ahead to tomorrow night about what topic we are going to be getting debate ready for. Probably we won't stop at this one because this is a super easy topic to debate. Because that's not even my phrasing. That is the phrasing of the Treaty of Tripoli. Unanimously signed by, is that the second Congress? Third Congress? Signed in 1797? I don't know how they count their Congresses. I feel like that might be too remote to have standing in court. What? No, it's not. It's not what? Oh, you're talking about the debate topic. The original declaration, well, actually, the original declaration mentions God in it, the creator. It depends on what you mean by the declaration. The Declaration of Independence references the creator, but the Declaration of Independence is not a legal document. The Constitution does not reference God, but also the original Constitution didn't reference the bar against the government making a law related to the establishment of a religion. That had to come with the Bill of Rights afterwards. But if you look at the Treaty of Tripoli, where this language comes from, it was signed onto by every member of the Senate and President Adams. It's very clear. And a lot of people today get really confused about, there are a lot of writings from that day where many of the founders spoke publicly about the necessity of a Christian populace to make a successful nation. And they confuse that with the idea of a secular government. They don't realize that the founders at the same time held the necessity of being a faithful Christian and the necessity of a secular government to enable that. And religion should be separate from state, but as conservatives will readily point out, that isn't written in the Constitution. That was from a personal writing of Thomas Jefferson. Now, he was one of the 5 people who helped write the Constitution, so you would think he might know, but
And James Madison was the primary author. Yeah, I forget whether it was Jefferson or Madison that was the primary author. I think it was Madison. But Madison held the same opinion. Yeah, the Crown's boss is God, but it's the Crown's version of God that the Crown came up with. That's fun. Here's a fun fact that we discussed for a little bit last night when things were going hectic in chat. Fun fact about the Republican Party platform in the state of Texas. And I imagine in multiple places in the US, but I haven't read the Republican Party platform of every other place in the United States. But the Republican Party platform in Texas wants to get rid of no-fault divorce. The ability to get a divorce because you want to. That's so insane. So absolutely insane. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Nobody has more fervor for Christianity than the United States. There may be places that have a greater percentage of believers, but they do not worship like Americans worship. Americans are nutcases. I mean, I have personally dealt with an actual cult, and I'll tell you, there's not much difference in the frame of mind. You cannot rigorously analyze a claim within your own framework. That is forbidden. So you have to accept any other premise possible rather than rigorously analyze your belief. I dealt with a cult called the Church of Wells out in East Texas. I went with a group to rescue a guy who had joined their cult. We were successful, and then he went on Dr. Phil like an idiot and made a fool of himself, and I would say embarrassed the other people who were way more serious about the whole issue. The Grove family, they lost their daughter to the cult multiple times. She kept running away and going back. And because he went on Dr. Phil offered them a spot on his show. And I think Jordan made an ass of himself and embarrassed that family. Saw a video of an Amish worker using a forklift, but from the outside with wooden sticks to use the controls. It makes me think of like elevators on the Sabbath, how they run automatically. And I'm just like, what do you think you're doing? Like, God's like, I don't want you to work on this day. But what you can do is work the day before so that you can make your machines run on the day that you're not supposed to be working, as if you were working, but you did the work that would go into it beforehand so that you don't have to work on that day. So you found a loophole for God. The wire around New York? Oh my God, I had never heard of this.
A nearly invisible 18-mile-long fishing line that forms an eruv, a symbolic Jewish enclosure, allowing observant Jews to carry items in public on the Sabbath as if in a private domain. Maintained by a rabbi who inspects it weekly, this expensive but vital boundary transforms public streets into a single... Oh my God. Like, this is embarrassing. I don't understand how people can't be embarrassed by behavior like this. How is there not somebody who goes and cuts the fishing line every week? How, like, not that I'm advocating for that, but how is that not a thing? Oh boy, it's your favorite subject, Super Jesus. Yeah, we're talking about religious hypocrisy. Something that Christians are definitely not immune from. Right? Super Jesus, I'm not going to be here much longer. I already finished working, and then we watched my 30-minute video just because I hadn't watched it in like since I released it. How Jews chastise you for not being diverse enough? What? I don't know what you're talking about. It's really weird that you think that diversity is a Jewish thing. Where the fuck does that come from? Oh shit, like minorities want to be included. Amazing. Why? What? How can this be? It must be a conspiracy. Sarah Wild, Super Jesus is one of the very far right people who has frequented the stream. Not the Nazi. At least not that he would describe himself as. I don't think white is a real thing. It's just a silly little treehouse code word. Can't come in the treehouse if you aren't thing that we come up with. Which is interesting because Super Jesus, as you've said, that you don't believe in an ethno state. So I'm curious why you care about whiteness at all. What is white then, dude? Hey, Laura.
I've got an idea of that.
I'm curious, what is my 10-year-old's answer for what is white?
It is a race or title that we give to others of our species, determined by your skin tone or your heritage.
By skin tone or heritage. It's a name we give to certain others of our species based on skin tone or heritage. Yeah, we're talking about white in terms of race, the thing that Super Jesus cares about. But doesn't care enough to want the state to be exclusively of that race. What is the social way to describe white? And what is the racial way to describe white? I'd be curious to see both of these definitions. I'm sorry, what? White is people who teach in universities? White is the class that holds majority power? No, I've never heard that before. So are you saying that African Americans can be white if they hold the majority? That makes no fucking sense. I would love for you to show me a reference to a Marxist writing that says that. And show me you're not just talking out your ass. The funny thing, Sarah Wild, is that the racial concept of white doesn't care about your skin color either. You can have fair skin and be black because you have black blood.
Black heritage.
Yeah. See, my 10-year-old knows this. Skim this. Should I skim this or should I read this? Whiteness theory. How about you quote to me the part of this Wikipedia entry that says that whiteness is defined by being the class that holds majority power? So that I'm not shopping for the language that means what you say. Because so far I'm in the second paragraph and it definitely says something different than what you said. Right, but this goes on to be a normalized practice of white people to maintain power to benefit white people. So first it relies on defining a race, the race of white, and then creating systems that continue to benefit white people. That's what the concept of whiteness is in the academic setting. Right, but once you get rid of the white element of it, then it is no longer whiteness. They are systems practiced by white majorities. No, because it... Dude, Super Jesus, this is so dumb. It is centrally focused on Western societies. Yes, these practices may be in place in other places, but it is specifically an academic study focused on Western society. No, your interpretation of things are dumb. It can't be whiteness in something that isn't Western society because whiteness theory only applies to Western society. No, no one's claiming that, Super Jesus. Literally no one's claiming that. You're sitting here in your own little fantasy world where you want to be a snowflake where people are attacking you. And that's not what's happening. You have an oppression complex. Yeah, the way you understand it, and the way you understand it is incredibly flawed. You don't even understand the aspect of this that is mentioned in the first 2 paragraphs of the Wikipedia article, that it is centered on Western society. If you were to study whiteness in China, it wouldn't make sense because you don't have the history of the white demographic seizing control there and establishing systems of power that normalize things that are inherent to their cultures as they see it, to normalize that so that others are seen as other and pressed down. That doesn't exist in China, so it can't be studied there and it can't be applied there. There may be similar structures, yes. No, dummy, because there's no white majority, so that you don't have the same history. So it's not whiteness theory. You can't study a Western-centric theory applied in the East. What you're saying is literally anti-intellectual. It's not white. By strictly focusing on Western society, you are choosing to not assume that the same issues were the drivers of the outcomes in other places. By just cordoning off a section of history, you're saying we are only focused on the things that drove the outcomes here. There may be similar things in other places, but we are not assuming they are one-to-one. Even if they were, we're not making that claim by sectioning off this field of study. They don't have whiteness, Super Jesus. They may have systems in place for normalizing the aspects of majority culture so as to benefit them over time. They may have that, but they don't have whiteness. The problem, Super Jesus, is I know you're not intentionally being anti-intellectual. The problem is that you have blinders on that drive you to interpret things in ways that oppress you. That's the problem. You want to be oppressed, so you read things wrong to feel oppressed. Whiteness applies to Western civilization. What are you talking about? I'm not oppressed. At least not until, like, when did things get bad? Like, I'd say, like, man, no, I personally oppressed. That was probably like within the last month. When was the last NSPM? Yeah, I specifically was oppressed at a minimum. At the latest. What's the date of this? October 15th.
Well, on October 15th, Trump signed National Security Presidential Memo 7, which directed the intelligence community to be allowed to focus on people, active speakers on the internet. I think it's just on the internet. It was just may just be public figures. They can look into those people to try to find crimes because of anti-capitalist speech, anti-Christian speech, anti-American speech. That's just a violation of the First Amendment, period. And that starts to encompass me. That is the state unconstitutionally focusing on my speech, the type of person I am, the type of speech I practice. Yeah, Sarah is definitely way more oppressed than I am. But I don't tend to go looking for ways I'm oppressed. National Security Presidential Memo 7. Not me separate from other people because of the type of speech that I practice. Not constitutionally. It is against the law. Oh yeah, he also designated Antifa as a what, terrorist organization. So now if I'm opposed to fascism, I'm a terrorist. Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on gender. Oh, Human Wrongs here, man. Y'all must be friends, huh? For y'all to both come in around the same time. That you can't be part of Antifa. You can just be Antifa. Antifa isn't a thing you can be part of. It's either an opinion you have or you don't have. It's not an organization at all. No, it's not. Show me the organization. Well, there must be some kind of organizational structure if it's an organization. So show me the organizational structure. Oh, it's so decentralized, it's not an organization. Great. What's an organization, Human Wrongs? Splitting hairs. Yeah, the difference between being an organization and not being an organization. So I'm sorry. If any cause that people get together to support together is an organization. And so now what is the unifying cause here? Being anti-fascist. That is the only unifying cause across Antifa.
That's what who says? That the Antifa says the only unifying cause is anti-fascism? So where is this group of people that are collaborating to cause political violence? What is that group of people? I feel like now you're like, even if that is a group of people, now you're equating a group of people that is probably extraordinarily small, if it even exists, that are actively collaborating to cause political violence with a group of people that are just opposed to fascism. There isn't a group. It's just people uniting for a cause. That's basically what you just said. They attack random Trump supporters. Who are they again? Who's collaborating on this? That is literally what it means. So if it's a group that's collaborating to cause this violence, when a person claiming to be anti-fascist attacks a random Trump supporter on the street, you would be able to tie that to other people working cooperatively with that person to push that action. That's what you're saying. Yeah, where is the evidence of that? Show me that. Where is this massive conspiracy to attack people?
Hello.
What's up?
Terrible. Oh. We're within Larry.
You need to go back to bed. You can't stay up watching YouTube videos. You need to go back to bed.
Asleep.
What exactly is wrong with fascism now? Take a look at Tommy Robinson here in the UK. He may have some good political topics that you could use in your discussions. What's wrong with fascism is the enforcement of unfounded values on the populace through the use of state power. It's anti-pluralist in nature. That's what's wrong with it. Well, you tell me what part of Marxist thought you're talking about. And you tell me how they're teaching it to university students. The idea that capitalism will inevitably drive class warfare, that there is a philosopher who thought that capitalism will inevitably create class warfare. Is that wrong to teach university students? Fascism, yeah, but fascism does stuff. In that sense, they also teach fascism to university students. They also teach communism to university students. It's called, this is political theory. The problem is that you think when they teach about these things, they are advocating for them. God. I don't know, dude. What do you have? Can you show me a history of messages between large groups of people that are explicitly advocating for the acts that you claim this group is conspiring to commit? Well, you would have to show me evidence for what their unified purpose is. Super Jesus, you're full of shit because you hated your own education. Your own education failed you. So you do not have a leg to stand on what is taught in schools. First, you have to show me what you believe is happening. Then you have to show me that what is happening is tied not to random individuals present, but to the group as a whole. Then you have to show me that the group is organizing for that purpose. Then you have to show me that this group is continuously organizing these events to cause these acts. That's what is required to show that an organization exists. The organization is carrying out multiple operations for a purpose. You have to do more than fifis. Show me something. Post an event. Tell me a specific event on a specific date. Show me a group of people and say, these are Antifa. I'm not just going to buy the conspiracy up front and say, yes, there were a bunch of Antifa members at this place. Fucking show it, dude. No, human wrongs, don't be a fucking coward. You show me. Have some intellectual honesty, pick an event, post it, show me the group of people you're talking about. Don't be a coward. Because you're making an affirmative assertion. And I have never seen someone actually back up that assertion with evidence. So you show me. I am willing to see it. Battle for Berkeley. Is 2017 Berkeley protest the right event? Okay, this appears to be multiple events. What event was tied to Antifa? There were events on February 1st, March 4th, April 15th, April 27th, August 27th, September 14th, September 24th through 27th. Who are you talking to, Super Jesus? At this point, I was definitely taught that what is considered white has shifted over time. But what is white as a race is different from the concept of whiteness in the academic sense. I'm not really sure what you're driving at. What? What? Human wrongs? Are you going to show me like a specific instance of what occurred at Berkeley that was tied to Antifa? Because I pointed out that there were a whole bunch of events that happened at Berkeley. Somebody posting in general. Fucking show it, dude. Stop just saying shit. Super Jesus, what is your point? By whom? For what? The problem that I keep seeing with people on the right is that y'all only talk about shit on the surface level and you do not care about digging down at all. A group claiming to be Antifa aligned? Do you mean a group claiming to be opposed to fascism? Or were they claiming to be aligned with an organization called Antifa? No, the only people that get banned are people who violate the rules. I told him not to use the R slur, and then he posted a video that used the R slur. To me, that I see that as exactly the same. Then, dude, if you're gonna post the same article again, and I asked you for which of those events, like what is an event in there that Antifa took part in, then you wouldn't have a problem just picking one of those events and telling me one. Great, then you should have no problem demonstrating it.
here's a person, here's a group that they were a member of. That group tends to help organize every single one of these things where we see a same pattern of behavior. And each time it's people that are claiming to be associated with this group that's not centralized, but there are the same people connected every single time. Yeah, just pick one. Pick an event to demonstrate. This shouldn't be that hard, human wrongs. Pick an event, show me what happened, show me who was involved with what happened. A name would be great. Then we could trace this person to other events, trace this person to other people. Just give me any specifics. Y'all are exasperating. Super Jesus, I'm still waiting for what the point is that you're trying to make. What were you trying to say about the concept of white changing over time? How is white defined, Super Jesus? You told me that you could give a social construction of it and a racial construction of it, and you didn't do either one. February 1st. On February 1st, Milo Yiannopoulos was scheduled to make a speech at the University of California, Berkeley at 8 p.m. Prior, more than 100 UC Berkeley faculty signed a petition urging the university to cancel the event. Over 1,500 people gathered on the steps of Sproul Hall to protest the event. The protest had been a nonviolent student gathering until a group of 150 Black Bloc protesters slowly entered the crowd and interrupted the protest. The interrupting protesters claimed to be Antifa activists and members of the left-wing group By Any Means Necessary. The group of interrupting protesters set fires, damaged property, threw fireworks, attacked members of the crowd, and threw rocks at the police. Within 20 minutes of the start of the violence, the Yiannopoulos event was officially canceled by the University Police Department due to security concerns, and protesters were ordered to disperse. The interrupting protesters continued for several hours afterwards, with some protesters moving into downtown Berkeley to break windows at several banks, a Starbucks, a Target, a Sprint store, and a T-Mobile store. Among those assaulted were a Syrian Muslim who was pepper sprayed and hit with a rod by an interrupting protester who said, "You look like a Nazi," and Kiara Robles, who was pepper sprayed while being interviewed by a TV reporter. One person was arrested for failure to disperse, and there was an estimated $100,000 in damage. Oh, Sarah Wild, you're forgetting the part where they say it's decentralized. But you're talking about whiteness. Whiteness and the white as a race are two different ideas. So you were talking about the social concept of structures created either advertently or inadvertently to benefit the white race. The white race is in the definition of whiteness theory, so you would have to explain what that is. Okay. They were conspiring. The scary they. Okay. Human wrongs. Let's stick to one example, one at a time. We can jump around to your various conspiracies. But okay, so on February 1st, we're talking about 150 Black Bloc protesters slowly entering the crowd and interrupting the protest. The interrupting protesters claim to be Antifa activists and members of the left-wing group By Any Means Necessary. So they are claiming to be part of a group. That group is called By Any Means Necessary. They claim to be
as the group, by any means necessary, anti-fascist? Is, by any means necessary, the group Antifa? Yes, the people convicted and Antifa. Right, Sarah, I agree. It depends on what they mean by decentralized, but that's what I'm trying to fucking figure out. Super Jesus, what the fuck? What makes it Jewish propaganda? It's literally just a study of impacts of structures. They are one organization that is affiliated with Antifa. So are they a branch of Antifa, or are they a different group than Antifa? Because I'm trying to figure out which one is the terrorist group. The terrorist group identified as Antifa. But what about them being Jewish impacted what they wrote? How did their Jewish heritage come out in their papers? What would be different if it were written by a person of German heritage? Oh, fucking okay. Maybe someday you'll be able to explain something. Yes, and Human Wrongs, I am trying my fucking hardest to get you to identify this network of people. Super Jesus, the shit that you find that are correlations need fucking causation analysis. You need to dig deeper to fucking understand shit, dude. I'm sorry, but you can't just look at a group of people, go, well, I think they all had this in common, so that must be the thing that made it happen. Maybe you should find out what is causing things and stop judging things based on, I don't know, they look like they're all the same in this way. That is an anti-intellectual way to look at the world, my guy. Okay, Human Wrongs, please show me that. Show me that. Put that in my hands so I can look at it and judge that for myself. Give to me the thing you are relying on to look at this conspiracy. Then it shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem, Human Wrongs. Give me the evidence of Antifa, the organization. You literally just said, well, sure. And like I said, in instances where they have been convicted of their crimes, we can see how they have been communicating. And earlier you said, but if you have networks of people who coordinate this, then this is what I am calling decentralized organization. So what you are telling me is that there is evidence out there that we can see in convictions of people who claim to be Antifa that shows a system of communication, of networks of coordinated planning for these events. Once again, I say, Jesus Christ, dude. Highlight, Spectre. We happen to be trying to get people, doing our damnedest to get people to give evidence for their claim that Antifa is an organization. Then link that. Link it. I almost feel like you mind hole the concept of evidence. Like the moment you try to think about the concept of evidence, your brain just goes to another place. What are you pointing to that is the communications of people? Multiple left-wing protesters received sentences of up to 2 years in jail on Friday in a novel case that pinned them as members of Antifa that tried to stifle the speech of right-wingers in the San Diego neighborhood of Pacific Beach in 2021. San Diego Superior Court Judge Daniel Goldstein said that the trial proved to him that Antifa exists as an organization that appears to have funding, and they have an ability to make contact and morph into other things very quickly in many different jurisdictions. The defendants, he added, committed assault on supporters of former President Donald Trump and right-wing groups to stifle their First Amendment rights for the benefit of Antifa. Antifa, short for anti-fascist, is a catch-all term for a loose assortment of left-wing protesters with no central leadership or membership structure who share in opposition to authoritarianism and ethnic, sexual, gender, and religious-based discrimination. A CBS report cited by Congress says Antifa is not a highly organized movement, but rather a loose affiliation of local activists scattered across the United States and a few other countries. Goldstein sentenced both Jeremy White and Brian Lightfoot, the two defendants who took their cases to trial in April, to 2 years in jail. Other defendants... Host, continue your topic. I'm practicing English listening, and your English pronunciation is very standard. Thank you. I am very proud to be standard for you. Their conspiracy, the prosecutors argued, was largely conducted over widely available encrypted text messaging applications like Signal. Your use of Signal chat is far beyond my comprehension. I don't understand what you guys are talking about, Goldstein said, but the ability of people to form affinity groups and the ability to erase contacts so quickly is troublesome, he added. Throughout the trial, prosecutors played a series of sometimes shaky video clips shot by protesters, onlookers, and undercover law enforcement. Human wrongs, is that the entirety of the point you pulled from this? White and Lightfoot communicated on Signal? Both Lightfoot and White maintained. Oh, the footage showed black-clad figures marching and confronting far-right groups. Both Lightfoot and White admitted the footage showed them discharging mace and attacking others, but said they were acting in self-defense. Both Lightfoot and White maintained that they went to the protest to protect people and their First Amendment rights. Any violence that they participated in was in self-defense against right-wingers intent on harming people, including white supremacists and neo-Nazi groups they maintained during their trial. Antifa, White said, is just a mindset based on your opposition to fascism, not a group that one can claim membership in. I have no doubt that you were personally the leader and instrumental in causing the chaos on the boardwalk that day, Goldstein said about White, who he described as a competent ringleader, who, with other defendants, lured young, lonely people with mental health issues into left-wing political movements and anti-fascism. This judge sounds very unprofessional. White's attorney, Curtis Briggs, said his client expressed remorse for the people who were hurt in Pacific Beach, but he won't apologize for his activism or fighting against white supremacy. His ideology can seem off-putting to someone in the mainstream, Briggs said, but I don't want them picking on the nerdy kid on the other side, and that's essentially what Mr. White is. He's someone who found an identity and a social support network in a group of people who supports his values, and unfortunately things got out of hand. Before he was sentenced, Lightfoot spoke to the court and expressed remorse. I don't think nobody should be attacked for their political views. Nobody, he said. Okay, well, you asked for an example of TIBA, engaging in coordination to carry out political violence. It's not just a bunch of random disaggregated people who just happen to show up to all of these, but now you're just going to fifis without substantiating it. Okay, so currently what we have is that two dudes were communicating on Signal and that they claimed to be anti-fascist. You need to draw more lines from that to an organization. I'm not saying that this isn't helpful, but we need to go somewhere from this. At most, what we have here is a judge saying one guy communicated with a bunch of other people locally and coordinated those people locally to do violence. At most. Now what you have to do is to draw a connection between, I assume, White to other events in other locations, or to other people carrying out other things in other locations. I don't know if evidence works in the lay concept this much differently than it works in law, but in law, if you're going to make a claim, usually in the form of like a charge, then those things come with elements. There are several aspects of a thing that has to be proven for the entirety of the thing to be proven. And to do that, you have to at least give a single piece of evidence for every single element. Dude, if there is no overarching connection, then they aren't cells. To be a cell, there has to be a broader organization. So you need to show evidence that this group connects to a broader group. Not just that there are groups in different locations who all get violent when fascism is involved, or at least when they perceive fascism to be involved. Yeah, I am Antifa too. I do not like fascism. I like pluralism and egalitarianism. So I am opposed to fascism. Can't say I know anything about watchdogs, I'm sorry. Human wrongs, do you have a piece of evidence for every single element that is necessary to prove the concept of a broad organization? Oh my god. I have to come up with a metaphor to show how stupid that question is. I mean, at a minimum, the first thing that I can come up with is there is at least one police department in most American cities. Those police departments are not members of a broader organization. There isn't a pass down to. Yes, there are groups that are anti-fascist. What have I said that is dishonest? You're fucking losing me here, dude. There are groups that are anti-fascist. This is true. There are even groups who have, I mean, I think, because I'm not sure at this point whose words they're using, but it's possible even that there are groups that I identify as being Antifa. Which would be the equivalent of saying, there are groups that are pro-workers' rights. Now, is there a broader organization called pro-workers' rights? Yeah, then no, you have not demonstrated the existence of an Antifa organization yet. Then please explain it. So far, you have shown me events where people have claimed to be anti-fascist or even Antifa who have participated in violence. Then you showed me 2 people who were convicted, who communicated on Signal, who were involved in those events. That is all you have shown. What ideology? This is not a thing that you have shown. Dude, you are the one who has claimed a difference exists and have not shown it. I don't know what this separate ideology is. Can you tell me the difference between what you're talking about and the example I gave, where there are groups that can claim to be pro-workers' rights, and there being a claim that there is a broader group called pro-worker rights? What is the difference? Because, dude, it's giving me a fucking headache. Because what it looks like is that you're constantly just sitting there going, but it feels true. Like, are you done? Is that what's happening here? This is the extent of the evidence? Who has said that the political right in general are fascists? Who has said that? Who has said that they have to use intimidation and violence to shut down the political right in general? Right. Yes. Good. I'm still waiting for more evidence. Okay. So far, we have a group of people who arrived, claimed to be part of a group that was not called Antifa, who claimed to be Antifa, and they participated in violence. 2 of these people were convicted and shown to be communicating on Signal, and the judge stated his belief that one of them was an effective ringleader in getting local people organized to participate in those activities. Dude, I already told you, a connection between these people and any broader organization of activities, coordination of activities. I don't want to use the word organization because I don't mean to imply, because you say it's so decentralized. It can't be so decentralized as that for there to be no communication between this group and other groups. Otherwise, it's not a group. Do you mean that it's so decentralized that there are completely unconnected groups of people and those are all being put under the umbrella of an organization? Please tell me you're not saying that. That would be so dumb. I can't believe I stayed up for this. No, a series implies there being some association. Please define what you mean by Antifa. You just keep saying that they have a specific ideology. Can you please fucking say what it is? If it's just that all far right people are fascists, then I need some demonstration of that. You can't just say, I feel it's true. I don't know whether they think the broad political right are fascists. I don't know that. I have yet to have that demonstrated. They could specifically think that Ben Shapiro promotes fascism. Or Milo Yiannopoulos. I don't know what views these people think that Milo Yiannopoulos and Ben Shapiro have that they specifically identify as fascistic. Or whether they're just dumb and don't have any evidence for their belief that they are fascistic. I don't know. This is something you have to provide evidence for. That, based on what language in these articles? That normie Trump supporters are fascists. I mean, I would generally say that people who support Trump, at least at this point, 2017 may be different, but at least at this point, they don't have a problem with fascism. Establish the particular network of people here at Berkeley believe this, that normie Trump supporters are fascist. Okay, let me look back through these articles and try to find that language. February 1st, Milo Yiannopoulos was scheduled to make a speech. Over 1,500 people gathered on the steps of Sproul Hall. The group of interrupting protesters set fires. Within 20 minutes at the start of the violence, the Yiannopoulos event was officially canceled. The interrupting protesters continued for several hours afterwards, with some protesters moving into downtown Berkeley to break windows at several banks. I'm trying to substantiate your claim that they believe this about the right in general / normie Trump supporters, quote unquote. I'm trying to do it for you because you won't do it. So far, I see this group being specifically upset about Yiannopoulos. Okay, San Diego.
Sorry, I missed the point where we jumped from Berkeley to San Diego. I thought we were talking about the same case this whole time. Okay, multiple left-wing protesters received sentences of up to 2 years in jail on Friday in a novel case. That I didn't realize that you had just completely abandoned the first thing. Committed assault on supporters of former President Donald Trump and right-wing groups to stifle their First Amendment. I mean, not so far, not insofar as it was explained in the article. Yeah. But no, you're trying to make the claim that they see the right wing in general as fascist. Showing a group being pissed off about a Milo Yiannopoulos event doesn't show that. I'm not saying that there isn't a group that is doing violence against things that they believe to be fascist. That is true. I'm looking for evidence to substantiate the claim that you made that these groups see the general right as fascist. One group being upset about Milo Yiannopoulos and calling Milo Yiannopoulos fascist, or calling themselves anti-fascist and attacking a Milo Yiannopoulos event, does not indicate their feelings about the right in general. It demonstrates their feelings about Milo Yiannopoulos. And now I'm trying to find it in the San Diego case. Well, this article is making it very confusing because it shows the judge saying the judge's opinion that, where'd it go? So the judge said that they committed assault on supporters of former President Donald Trump and right-wing groups to stifle their First Amendment rights. And then the person writing the article says that they confronted far-right groups. The pattern is the thing that you haven't shown. Wow, you left? Are you saying that I left a place? Or are you saying I am left? Because then you're missing a verb. Can you show me the language in the San Diego case that demonstrates that they are feeling this way about the right in general? Do the additional examples connect to these people? Or are we just going to hop from a disconnected example to a disconnected example to a disconnected example? Sarah Wild, that's honestly because they have no choice, because we don't have a system that allows you to defy your employer, basically. If you defy your employer, then you are at risk of starvation. So cops can't just decline to enforce what they're told to enforce, and even the military can't just decline to enforce what they're told to enforce. Right. And when I asked you to define what that separate concept of Antifa is, you explained that they were a group that believed that the right in general is fascist. That's the part that I'm struggling to find the evidence for. If that's not important to your definition, then let's fucking move on without it. We need a different definition for what Antifa is. I like, maybe jumping back and forth between chat and this article, I missed it somewhere, like I skipped a paragraph, but I don't see in the San Diego article where it says that their philosophy is that the right in general is fascist. Go for it, I guess. The examples had better be connected in some way. Otherwise, at most, you're showing a trend which is not indicative of an organization. Like, I'm sorry, that's just definitionally true. Because at that point, what does the word Antifa mean? Because then somebody could claim to be Antifa and they claim that that is just anti-fascist, whereas you're saying it just means something else. Yeah, at that point, who's defining the word? I don't fucking understand this. No, it would not. Do you know what an organization is? Like, if Group B literally just copies what Group A did, then Group B and Group A are not in an organization. They're not. They are separate groups of people. The actions of one cannot be tied to the actions of the other. That is not how the word works. You cannot define a terrorist organization called Antifa
if none of the people who are identifying themselves as Antifa are related to each other? Then what if I have an organization called Antifa? What if my organization is opposed to fascism? Is my group then at that point lumped into the designation of terrorism? God. This has all been an argument about whether it's an organization. Go for it. I try to demonstrate the existence of a local Antifa group that meets the qualifications I am laying out. You respond by saying that doesn't. No. While you're focused on the single group, I'm still trying to get the understanding of what the difference is between being anti-fascist and being Antifa. Your definition of what Antifa was included grouping the right in general into their target. If you don't think that's important, we can just drop that from your definition. I'm not deflecting. I'm still trying to find that. You haven't yet demonstrated it. I've asked you to show me where the language is that says that they find the right in general to be fascist, and it's not in here. No, I have said that separately. I have said the next thing you would have to show is that they have some connection. I have said that in response to stuff you've said. If we want to focus on just the small group, you still haven't demonstrated the difference between being anti-fascist and being Antifa in such a way as we can find evidence for it. I'm doing what, dude? You haven't given me an example. You haven't done that. What's based on their actions? Your feeling that they see the right in general as fascist? But no, nothing. I feel like they think everyone on the right is fascist. I look at the things they do and I feel this way. Either demonstrate that that's a thing they believe or drop it from your definition. In 2021. Okay. So we're moving to a different group of people doing a different event. I don't know if I agree with that. I think a lot of people on the right would say, well, I don't support Trump, but I have to vote for the policies. I hear that all the time. What's so hard to understand is you're using vague language and not specific examples. You just said they attack people for being Trump supporters. Who are they? How do you know what they attacked them for? Okay, still San Diego. Great. San Diego. Talking about these two guys who are convicted, who were talking on Signal, who organized more people. Nothing in this article suggests that they see the right in general as being fascist. That's the thing I'm trying to find. I'm asking you. Dude, you are incoherent. This is not how you construct arguments. Your fifis aren't good enough. You're either intellectually incapable or you're an intellectual coward. God damn, dude. Hey, am I being crazy? Anybody else in here? Because, like, I'm sitting here going, what is the evidence in this article? And he goes, that they did it. And I'm like, but where in the article does it say that they did it? And he goes, you're being disingenuous. I'm like, I'm asking you to show me where it says that. And he's like, but you can't deny it. It happened. I'm going in circles trying to get you, like, I'm trying to help you make the argument to me. I'm trying to get you to figure out how fucking evidence works. How to make a logical argument. This is not how that works. Like, God, sometimes I have to sit here and recognize that I have a different understanding of how evidence works than the layperson does. And when I have to sit here and think about that, I'm like, dude, you have an attorney mindset. You have an attorney mindset. Like, try to like understand this from a layperson's perspective. But then I'm sitting there going, this would fail so hard in any kind of legal context. You have not established to any degree the amount of evidence necessary to prove any element of your claim. Like, well, I really got to the point where this is my own personal mental health history, like abusive marriage, like complex PTSD. I am trained to go, I must be wrong. I must be in the wrong here. What they're saying must be true, and I'm somehow failing to grasp it. But then I have to sit there and be like, but he's not providing. Okay. Light Spectre, I don't know that we did learn anything. I don't know what I can take away from this. I was entertained, and I hope everybody else is entertained. I have got to log off. I have got to go to bed. I appreciate you guys for being here. Billy, I hope that I was standard enough for you. I take great pride in how standard I am. So I'll do my sign off, everybody. I'm Know Nothing attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn something. maybe when somebody's pointing out to you that you have not shown them evidence of the thing that you're saying. And I'm here to learn, and I hope to show people how to learn. I want to learn with you and to encourage embracing that you don't know something so that you can learn it. And that's cool. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to say you don't know something. And as always, I'm proud of you, which Sarah Wild gets to hear for the 3rd time tonight. I'm proud of you. I don't need to know you for that to be true, because you deserve to hear it. And life is hard. It's always been hard. It always will be hard. But the way that you face every single day, the way that you do, is remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see you back here tomorrow night, like every night. So you guys have a good night. I hope you rest well. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. You're gonna make me tear up. Was it the 4th time? Well, there was the first time I told it to you, then we watched the video, and then I just did it. What was the 4th time? Thank you, Billy Billy. It's very sweet of you. Okay, I'm just gonna say goodnight. Good night, everybody. I appreciate you guys.